some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, 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 oh,
What's up? What's up? What's up, everybody? I just like to wish you all an amazing, super new week. What's up, Angela Critters? What's up, Win Some Me Love? Big up Uno for self. Thank you for coming, sister. And hello, Sugar, Lottie Mai. Thank you. Thank you for coming. I hope you guys are all doing well. Peace and blessings to everybody. I'm glad you guys could stop by to say hello. I really appreciate it. I respect all of you guys. And I just wish you guys the best. And I hope your families are doing well because life is up and down. You know how it go. A lot of people say like if you come on and or when you speak to people, you say, "Well, I'm going through this." They say, "I pray for you." But one thing we have to realize, we need prayer even when we're doing good. Prayer is always needed 24/7 if you are a believer in the Lord Jesus Christ. Some people don't believe, so I don't force religion on anybody, but we really have to pay attention because it's not just the government that's a problem. It's people, how we treat each other, how we live in the world. We have to understand that we have to do a lot better than what we're doing. See, everybody is so used to. Thank you so much, Sugar. I've been enjoying your channel, and I tell you, you look pretty with the blonde hair, but the black looks good too. And I appreciate everything. But you guys, we got to do a lot better than what we're doing out here because this is the way I see a lot of people going in life. And I'm not judging nobody or telling anybody what to do or trying to preach. But what we have to realize is that it's not just about the love you show your husband, your kids, your grandkids, your family. We have to love everybody across the world because we are brothers from another mother and sister from another mister. So that means that we're all family. It doesn't matter what your race is, how much money you got, where you live. God says that He is all of our fathers. So there's no division. We all have to stick together. You understand what I mean? You are welcome, Winston. Yes. She said, thank you. It's a holiday today in Canada. Okay, it's family day in here. I mean, different spots. They got different things going on here, around. So I think some places have, I think it's President's Day in some places. So happy Family Day. That's nice. And I want to tell you, Miss Winsome, I know that you have lived a long while around snow, but I know you are an island girl. And let me tell you something. The way you go and you beat that snow down, a strong back woman, my goodness, God bless you and give you strength. Honey, you did that. You did that with that snow. And you know what I used to always say? Like, anytime if I am in the States, which they call America because I travel, for different reasons, safety, and because of, I have family in different places because I'm from a mixed race. But I tell you, when the snow truck go down the road, right, and it block your house back again. I used to always say, when I used to be in the States, I would always say, why do they keep blocking it back in? I just shoveled my driveway, I just shoveled in front of my house, and the snow truck come and push it right back. That's the only thing they can do, because they can't move the snow all the way down the road somewhere where there's a pile, because each time this they push the snow, it fall up on the side. You get what I'm saying? If you see how a snow plower work, anytime you move the snow, it's going to fall to the side. So I understand what it's like when you get frustrated when the snow is pushed back in your driveway or in front of your house. But to actually really drive one of those trucks, which I know and I have, it's going to push the snow. There's no other way for it to go. You know what I mean? Because the snow truck, the part that pushes the snow, it's not wide enough to keep the snow straight and steady. So some snow is going to fall on each side. But a lot of these snow trucks can do a lot better than what they do. But let me tell you something. You are doing your thing over there. And I just like to tell all of you guys that I appreciate your friendship, your support, and all of you guys have amazing channels. All of you guys have amazing channel. Angela, you be throwing down over there with that good food, and all of us as people, we cook. Angela has an awesome channel. Please check out Angela Critters. She's in the comment section. I've been trying to find, a way of each time I set up these lives to pin someone. So I don't want anybody to think I'm trying to favor anybody one over the other, because I love you all equally. And there's a few of you right now that's in the live that I have pinned your channel in my, I pinned it in the comment section, but you guys may have not came through that day and didn't see it. But I want to shout out to all of you beautiful, strong women. I love you guys. And I promise you, I'm not coming on here saying this as a kind of fakeness just to be talking. I really appreciate this because of me. I am going through some stuff in my life right now where I was a victim of some bad things, and I have to live my life forward, always looking over my shoulder. Unfortunately, I didn't do anything wrong, but there was some, I was victimized before. But God told me that you're not a victim root anymore. You are a victor. You have made it past that, but you have to watch yourself. So I want you guys to understand that. That's the only reason. Well, one of the reasons why I'm not on camera is because of that. And what I'm dealing with is something that happened in my personal life, and also with one of the jobs I work, where something happened against me and some of my coworkers for somebody disrespecting us because of the kind of work we do, and it ended up being a big thing running to court. You understand? This is like official thing that is legal. Where we had to go to the courthouse and do paperwork. So you guys understand where I'm coming from. But I want you guys to know that I appreciate you. Spirit in the sky. Hey, girl, hey. You are awesome and amazing. And the thing here too with YouTube is so many of you beautiful people out here, men and women both, that I wish I could know in real life, because the experience that I'm having on here with you guys on YouTube, I can imagine if I lived around you or I went to lunch or out with you guys, it would be absolutely amazing. And I just want you guys to know that I really do care. I don't pretend to come on here and put a fakeness up. You understand what I mean? And as I tell you, I know that you women have, and whoever's in the bushes or in the background, I know everybody has an amazing channel because we all are blessed. But I promise you, I consider Rruk of All as like a hangout spot, because before I did Rruk of All, I had an actual channel that I was running business. And I mean big business. And it was going very, very well, very lucrative. When I left that spot, I left it and I shut it down, and I was at 10K. You understand where I'm coming from? I'm not bragging. I just want you guys to understand where I'm coming from. But the way I was working over there, I was doing the kind of content, and I worked with other people business wise, making money for real, for real. But I wanted to change that content because God is working with me in a different ways. Now, I'm not coming out here being a phony Christian. I don't play those games. I know that I still get mad, I cuss, I get upset, I think negative. So I know that I'm working on my salvation, but God's got a lot more work to do on me. So I'm not being phony. Anytime I speak to you guys about God, I'm reading the clear truth of what it really does say in the Bible, but yet I'm going to let you know that I am imperfect. So there's no way that you guys can come on and say, oh, well, she talked about God and then she talked and then she swore. I'm going to, because I am not all the way processed yet. I'm not all the way filled with the Holy Ghost and stuff the way I want to be. I do make mistakes. We all do, and we always will. But I know that as long as I try and keep going, I will succeed in where I need to be in God's eyes. I don't need a pastor or a person or a preacher to tell me how to be a decent person. You understand what I'm saying? God will answer that for me. I love you too, Spirit in the Sky. Thank you so much. Yes, and there's things, yes, me too. If I could, you guys, I promise you, if I could tell you, even for me, and no disrespect, because I know I'm not the only person, but I promise you, I have experienced so many atrocities against me, even just coming from a mixed family. Like, just say, for instance, if you have an American mother, but you have a Jamaican father, but you have other family member that's blended in that is Puerto Rican, Asian, and all of them want you to be what they want you to be. You understand? Just like with me, some of my family, I just say some of my family that is on the Jamaican side, they don't accept you fully because you're not full Jamaican. How can I pick what race I'm going to be or who I'm going to be? That's God's decision that He made with my parents. I have no control over that. And just like with the Spanish family, if I'm not going to Puerto Rico enough, because I am, tú lo sabes que yo lo dice, yo voy para la casa ahora. You see, so I got it a bunch of different ways. And that's just what it is. And I promise you, when I was coming up as a child, it seemed like a curse because people used to make fun of us as a family because there was so many mixed different races and we lived the lifestyle. It wasn't just a thing where, oh, well, you're African American, so you only eat this, or you're Puerto Rican, you only eat this, or you're Jamaican, we only eat this. No, we had to learn the whole of it. And then, not to mention, when you have different families, when they say, my denomination, I'm Pentecostal, I'm Christian, I'm Jehovah Witness, and you go to these different families and they all practice different. And as a youth, you have to learn how to behave around each family member because it is hard and you get mixed up. You understand what I'm saying? But at the same time, it became a blessing. You understand what I mean? When I was younger, I didn't know because they used to call us the mix up family, the Mitchmack family. And you feel away because people making fun of you. And I didn't know that it was going to turn out to be a blessing in the long run because I was too young to see that vision. But as I got older, yo no sabe español también. Yo hablé mucho español. Me already know say me I big up me come up through. You see, me I romp. So I can go patois. You understand? I'm not bragging. I just wanted you guys to understand me a little bit better. I also like to share enough for you guys to understand me, but not attract some of the negative people that I have, you know, orders in place with. You understand what I mean? Because even though you can't necessarily see me, people know your voice. You guys get where I'm coming from. She says my phone 11, perfect. It's charging it, but oh, okay. Oh, yeah. I wanted to tell you too, Winsome. I used to have a 1-800 phone line that I used to help people. And if you guys ever get a chance, I'm not forcing you guys to do anything or for you to watch, for me to get views, for me to make YouTube money, because I'm on here for more than that. I'm looking for real love. Friendships are priceless. I understand people want to make this lucrative and make some money. Go for it. But I just want you guys to know I don't look at you guys as a dollar sign. If I did not make one penny on YouTube, God butters my bread daily. God has provided for me financially, food, wisdom, love, support, and opportunity for a crown of life after I experience all of this that we deal with now. Because in this life, love and hate will never be friends. You understand what I'm saying? But I do have some videos up where I share in a lot of the type of work that I have done. These are old videos, and it's on a playlist of what I have done with people that have been through tragedies and stuff that I've done to help people out that are going through some horrible stuff. And there's some serious stories. Serious, and the thing is, they're not even stories in that kind of way. They're not even like what they call reality TV. They're actually real life stuff that happened. And I put these videos up so long ago that I don't think anybody even know to go check for them, because I put them in a playlist so that people, if they ever want to go and see some of the work that I've done in some of the cases. And if you ever want to, I'm not telling you to, please don't misunderstand me, because I'm going to start back providing some of this content, because I have been fortunate enough to do a lot of work in areas where I was victimized, and also just work to be employed in whatever college degree you have. So I want y'all to understand that. But if you ever get a chance, I have a playlist and it's like 12 videos on there, and it says true events, not reality TV. Even when you, people don't realize, even when you watch like reality TV, if anybody watch reality TV, it don't have to be the shows with the drama and the foolishness. But if you ever watch like the Housewives and, you know, Love and Hip Hop, all of those things are not true fully, because a lot of those people that come on there and they come from nothing, and the producer of the show will give you a place to say that's their house. You're carrying a Gucci bag. You pulled up in a Mercedes, and these people haven't even made that much money yet to even have those things. Now, at some point, they become financially established because they do get paid for being on the shows. Just like on The Housewife, there was one named Nene Leaks. I have to say allegedly. She's not on there anymore, but she, was one of the highest paid. And some of the people that they use as fill-ins make as much as $8,000 a show. So these people do become, famous, and these people do fall in love with each other and have kids and stuff. But a lot of times it's the stuff is fake. Some of it, when they start off with these people, because I know, because it's easy to go to, just, go to an audition. And if you get picked, you get picked. I know some people that went as a couple. The boyfriend worked at McDonald's and the girlfriend worked at Wendy's. I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with those kind of jobs, but they worked those jobs. They went to apply for Love and Hip Hop, and now they're famous now. You understand what I'm saying? Because it can build up, but when it first start, it's a lot of fakeness thrown in with real, and then a lot of fake. But anyway, if you guys ever want to check out, it's called True Events. It's a full playlist of like 12 videos, and if you, the stuff that you hear, I don't want it to harm or upset anybody, but it's all real and true and raw. And when I had my actual channel, I had a lot of stuff going on where I used to cuss off. You understand what I mean? You understand? Okay, you know what, Winsome, I don't know how to pin it. I'm sorry. I'm not good at that. I told you I am totally computer illiterate. I can get on here and laugh and talk and throw this honey up and some chocolates and stuff, but I really am computer illiterate. That's why when I had the actual channel, I had worked for some people. We got together in a business. And I'm going to tell you how deep the business was going. And I'm not bragging, but the business that I got into, I don't know if you guys, I have to say, I don't want to talk negative about nobody, but there's a YouTuber that has a crazy big channel. I'm not bragging because that means nothing to me, but I'm just calling it how it is. Her name is Tasha K. And I have to say allegedly. She has a big channel, and she blew up, and she do a lot of real stuff, and then a lot of it's a mess. I had met some people that worked around her that I could have kept growing from 10K and all the way up, but the thing is, because I'm trying to change how I'm living my life, I couldn't do God was working with me on the type of content that I was providing, and I used to cuss off, and I used to talk raw. You understand what I'm talking about? Raw. And I mean some bad language, but that was a business venture that I was in, and that is not how I live my real life. You understand what I mean? Even though the stuff I was saying was true, I don't live with speaking that type of bad language that bad all the time. I may say shit, damn, hell, or something like that. And, a few times I said the F word, but I don't live like the way I had to talk, because the content that I was providing, I had to speak that way because that was the business that I agreed to. But at the same time, when I decided to leave from over there, that it was a channel. I decided to come over to Rruk and have a quiet, chill spot, right? And what happened when I came over to Rruk, only 3,000 people came with me to Rruk. And when I left, there was 10,000 people. The others didn't come because they don't like the content over at Rook of All. They want me to finish doing like reviews of reality TV. The truth, though, the reviews of our famous people. The truth, the reviews of the king and queen, the truth, but I would cuss off. Like when I did the reality show, I would be like, this bleep and bleed is a F and up, 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 up. And listen, people love it. I remember one video that I did, and I have to say Cardi B, and I'm not, I have to say allegedly because I'm not trying to call nobody out, but y'all know she's a famous rapper and she's married to somebody that is a famous rapper as well. This was before she ever became famous. This, and no disrespect to her, but this is where she, when she was selling herself, as a woman do in the streets, when she was on the stripper pole, and when she was running around not having much and struggling, and she decided to try out for love and hip hop. And when she did that, that was how she was able to get where she is now. I did one video because they had like a one of those after shows. I did one video and I spoke about the show, and I elaborated on her. And do you know, like when I put the video up, the video wasn't even up 5 minutes, and I had over 1,000, I say about 1,500 views, because that's the kind of business that I was doing. You get where I'm coming from? And one of these days, if you guys can understand and not get upset with me, I'm going to have somebody help me put one of those videos on to show you what I had as an actual channel and the kind of content I had. And I promise you, it was off the chain. But I was, when I've been praying and trying to have a relationship with God, and like I said, I'm not telling you guys to follow God. If that's not what you do, that's not my business. I don't judge anybody. But I decided to try to figure out if I should do this because I felt kind of like not, no, and I'm not trying to brag, so please do not misunderstand me. But I felt like how we have actors and actresses, like they can get on and play a role as a criminal, but in their real life, they're really not. So that's how I was trying to do that over there. But I just got with the people that I was doing business with, that they wanted to go to another level that I wasn't willing to bend for no kind of money. Do you understand what I'm saying? There's certain stuff that I was willing to do, but the stuff that they were talking about, it went too X-rated for me. Now I was okay for a while with being verbal. F you, blah 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 blah. I did that. I'm not gonna lie. I got the videos to prove it from years ago. We're going back way back. You know what I mean? 2010, back, back, back. But they wanted me to do a little bit more than what I was willing to do. So I decided that I wasn't willing to do that. And when I decided to change up and come over here and hang out and do Rruk, only 3,000 people came with me. And whatever numbers that I have at Rruk of All right now, after the 3,000, those are the numbers that I developed being Rruk of All, which is just laid back and chilled. But I am going to either start up another, maybe actual channel so that I can do what I'm good at doing, but at the same time, I want to bring some of that content over here to Rook of All, just to talk about how do you feel? How do you feel about, who we have in office? How do you feel about God? Because I know one of my friends, I got another friend that's in Canada like you, Winsome, and she does a cooking show, right? And there were some people in the live, I was in the live, and the people started talking about the voting. Even though the voting is over, we already have the man that's been selected. They were talking, and then they asked her, they said, well, host, well, who are you voting for? And she said that I don't vote. And they cussed her off. And she said, I don't vote because I live in Canada. That's not my president. You understand what I mean? So we have to stop being so fast to shut someone down when we know nothing. You know what I mean? This is what the whole problem is. People don't realize life is give and take. Give and take. You can't judge anybody. Even if you have somebody that's doing something that you don't like, you don't have to hate them, judge them. You can just leave it. Leave it. Left it alone. You know what I mean? You don't have to be a part of something that you don't believe in, and you don't have to disrespect people because they're not what you want them to be. Sometimes you have to just do your own thing and be yourself. But I tell you, I am a believer in God. I am. But I am imperfect because I have so many people. If you mention one word about God and you slip up in any kind of way, they want to condemn you because they feel that they're God and they have a right to control you and what you do. And that's not, first of all, I'm going to tell you this story about this lady here, right? This was a long time ago, right? These three women were going into a store, right? and they noticed across the street that there was a bar. And when they looked over at the bar, they seen a crowd of people going into the bar, and they recognized one of the women as being a church member, right? So they went to be nosy to make sure it was her peeping, and looking to see that it was her car. So then they go to the church the next time they go, and they spewed her business out. Oh, she's supposed to be a Christian in this church, and she was over at the bar because we went to the drugstore near the bar and we seen her go into a bar. And they spread rumors of this woman, right? But what happened was the place that this woman went to was a bar. Yes, it was. But the thing was, is that it was either a baby shower or a bridal shower. And they did serve alcohol in there, but she did not go in there to drink. She went there to represent, and they said because it's a bar, that because she's a Christian she has no business in there. You cannot judge that. You understand what I'm saying? Jesus walked with sinners but he did not sin. I said Jesus walked with sinners but he did not sin. Do you understand what I mean? And to pass judgment and to be up in somebody else's business is foolishness. Make your life count. Mind your own business, because I always tell people life is like a boomerang. You know how a boomerang works. What you put in, you get back. Just like if you're playing basketball and you shoot a hoop, when you throw the ball up, it come back down. Do you understand what I'm saying? The wheels on the bus go round and round. The seesaw go up and down. You get where I'm coming from? We have to watch what we're doing here. You get where I'm coming from? And a lot of people seem to be so much concerned about the next person's business that their whole life is a wreck. Sometimes, if you take the time and deal with your life, it would be a lot better than putting your nose into somebody else's business. Even us as people in the world, when you have to picnic them, when you have kids, you don't have a right to think that you can force them to be what you want them to be once they grow up, and even sometime when they're youths. Sometimes, even like if you're trying to have your child do something, like just say for instance, it's a good thing even if your kids don't like to go to church or serve God. If you are a believer in God and you know that that's something positive, then that's good to promote your children to do that. But after they start getting a certain age, and oh, I want you to be a tap dancer. Oh, I want you to play football. Sometimes it's too much pressure. And then when they get grown, you may say, listen, I don't want you to have kids and not be married. And your kids grow up and say, well, I don't want to be married, but I want kids. I'm not saying there's a right or a wrong way, but please understand that they have a right, and just because you breed them, just because you had them out of your body, does not mean that you own them. We are nobody's property. We all belong to God. And a lot of people like to control other people's lives, and you can't do that. The only thing you can do is give them the best advice. And when you don't have the advice or you don't know what to say, don't say nothing. You understand? And for the most part, for anybody, even if you don't believe in God, even if you don't serve God, there's nothing wrong. That's your business. You understand what I mean? But I promise you, the Bible is a good book to read. And a lot of troubles that we have, even for people that don't believe in God, there's some answers for you for everyday life. But you have to search and seek. A lot of people don't understand that the Bible is not just about, oh, well, Adam and Eve. Okay, that's it. Adam and Eve. And then they may throw a few stories and that's it. No, you got to go deep because you cannot find the answers. And sometimes when you don't understand something that's going on in your life, you have to go to the scriptures that match up with the circumstances that you're dealing with so that you can get clarity. You don't have to say, I'm a Christian. I believe in God. I'm Jehovah. There's only one God, one love. Do you understand what I mean? So when you go into the Bible, you have to look and meditate on what you are struggling with so that you can get the help that you need, because it's more deeper. And a lot of people don't go deep, just like with me. I don't understand how to read. I'm going to be honest. I'm a full grown woman. I don't know. I don't understand how to read the Hebrew or the Greek Bible. But what I started off doing, and I'm not embarrassed, I'm going to be the truth, the truth. I started off reading the kids' Bible to get a better understanding because a lot of the words had me twisted and mixed up. You see what I'm saying? So I took my time And I learned, and I'm still learning, but I'm not stopping at just the good stories. I want to know who killed somebody, who raped somebody, who was a pedophile. Not just, oh, you pray, you're gonna get everything. Oh, you pray, you free. It's not just that. There's lessons to learn in the Bible. She says, Rook, I am so proud of you for changing your ways. I know many would like your old self, but I would rather just know you the way I met you. Oh God, thank you so much. You are so sweet, spirit in the sky. Yes, because see, it was a price. You understand what I mean? It was a price to pay. And what I decided to do was I decided to do the content, but to do it differently. And the people that I was working with didn't want that. And a lot of my supporters didn't want it. So I walked away. And I'm not showing off, I promise you. I walked away from it. And I'm glad that you understand. And I respect and appreciate you for saying that because my values are different. Even over here on Rook of All, I can get on some deep stuff, but it's not, it's not necessarily what I say, is how I say it. And see, there was a lot of profanity. Then they wanted to go into X rated, and I was saying some nasty, you hear me? Because this was my, it wasn't like a script that they made up because I checked out, just say for instance, if I reviewed a season of Love and Hip Hop, I would write down what content, and I was the one responsible for getting all the supporters. And the other folks just did all the technical stuff because I'm totally computer illiterate. I'm not putting myself down. I just say the truth. I don't understand. And I know that I'm not illiterate like that. It's just a cliche. I don't really mean it in a way to down myself. But I would pick what I want to say, the way, it go, and I would write down, and then they would review it and they would say, well, you need to do a little bit more of this and you need to do a little bit more of that. And then some of it was me being like nasty and talking fresh and nasty mouth, cussing worse than the sailor. But when they wanted to go to another level way deeper than that, I said no. So what I decided to do was I had to break bread with them. And mind you, I didn't know anything about being monetized, wrenches, blocking, none of that. I just knew that they did the technical part. I probably made way more money than I even know because they knew that I didn't know nothing about that part. So I probably kind of got ripped off, if you know what I mean, which I'm perfectly fine because that wasn't the type of money that I want to spend anyway. So I decided to come over here and chill back and do Rook and really chill, but be able to have the type of crowd that I could talk without anybody taking offense. Do you understand what I mean? She says, yes, we all are on our own learning path. Yes, ma'am. And I have to stick with my morals and values. I can't stray away. I will I fall easy. I know what you mean. Oh, listen. I tell you, that is the story of my life, spirit in the sky. I'm the same way too. I have been just for being, the decent way that, how God wants you to be has been, that has caused a lot of bad things to happen to me for treating people well. But see, God showed me how to get a backbone at some point, even though I still get played. I ain't gonna lie, but I'm a lot better than what I used to be because I was a doormat. I lived the majority of my life not knowing that I could have a favorite color, a whole lot. And I don't want to, get too petty because there's a million things that I want to share with you guys and over here, but I don't want to offend anybody. There's a lot of childhood stuff that I want to talk about. And I have a channel that I've been watching that discusses the child, when children are SA'd, and abused. I want to talk a lot about that because I know that there's a guy that I met and he avenges against people that harm kids. But I want to really get into the other side of it because a lot of these people that have been victim of, being SA'd as a child, because he really directs it towards that. But, I feel in general, anybody that's assaulted in any kind of way, whether it's a domestic, a grown woman and her husband and he's abusing her, I back all of that up. But this person specifically gets into children that was SA'd as a child. And what I want to elaborate on more is that I've met several people that have been SA'd as a child and did the same thing as they grew up, or been physically abused and did the same thing as they grew up. I want to talk about a lot of that because it's very important that over here with me that I live in the real world. I'm not talking about reality. I'm talking about real life right now for real, real. Not making up a story to please or appease people or to fake to make myself look better or different than who I am. I'm talking about the actual truth. And I want to be able to be over here on the root of all, because see, me and Rev, we click on a level when we discuss this type of stuff when it comes to things that has happened to children. You understand what I mean? And we've talked a lot about this stuff, and I'm not going to necessarily say that I've been a victim or anything like that, because I can't get into what I'd like to share when it comes to that type of stuff yet. You get where I'm coming from? Because, like I said before, even though I am not on camera, and when I do my hauls, you can see part of my body. There's got to be a lot of people out here that probably know me because of my voice, because they remember my voice, even if they don't see my face. And I'm able to recognize people. So I don't want to put myself back in harm ways just, because I'm saying the wrong stuff, because certain things that I have to say, certain people are going to know that it's me because they're the ones that did it to me. You get what I'm trying to say, far as any type of offense, and what I have right now that's in the courthouse pertain to what has happened to me in my adult life with one of my jobs, and something that happened to me in a personal relationship that I had, when people don't know when to let go. You understand where I'm coming from? So you get what I mean by that. I promise you, I am trying my best, Spirit, and I promise you, I leave no stones unturned when it comes to that kind of stuff, because we all need to be able to find the right kind of people to fall in with when it comes to having support. And I promise you, the main reason, now the first reason that I did the Rook of all, I mean, when I had a channel before I did Rook of all, I did this on the business level, but my real thing that I was aiming towards was being able to connect and hang out with people, because I can't do that in my physical life. I can't. I have coworkers at both jobs, but I don't get no involved with them too deep, other than what I need to do job description wise, but I'm not phony or harsh or mean. I don't tangle in with the neighbors or anything like that, because I live secluded basically with my family. I don't deal with anybody. And with the mask have been a blessing for me, because I get to wear my mask 24/7. And even since with the C-19, I haven't taken off my mask yet. Even with me, and I'm not judging anybody's right to do what they want to do, but I'm just explaining how me and my family roll. The only time I've taken off my mask is when I went and got my 6 months cleaning, and I skipped that first year when C-19 came through here. And then when I went to get my annual, you know how when your doctor gives you the annual, they want to look in your mouth. That's the only time I ever take off my mask anywhere. I can go to a public place and go into a restroom, to wash my hands, and I don't take my mask off. I think I took my mask off one time, and I had to clear my nostrils, allergies and things. Other than that, I don't take my mask off. And the mask has been a blessing for me, because there's places that I'm, able to walk through that people do know me, but they're not able to tell it's me, because it's been so many years since I haven't been around. I've been around them, so they don't know that it's me. And the mask gives me a little extra more privacy. You get where I'm coming from? But at the same time, I don't like that I have to live this way. You feel me? I really don't. She says, yes, I'm exactly what you mean. I'm going through the same thing, keeping my mouth shut about stuff and being a victim at the same time. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for coming, Lucy. How you doing? Big up yourself, Lucy. Thanks for coming through. Love you, Winsome. Yeah, I can't do it, because what I realize is that loose lips sink ships. And even with me, there's several people that I have seen in disguise, but because I know them. And it's not even just their voice, or if I only seen their eyes or their hand, it's a physical vibe that I know you. So if I'm living my life now differently for safety reasons, I have to be careful, because anybody can run across my videos. I could have somebody that was one of my, people, one of the people that victimized me, be my supporter just to keep up with my life and be up in my business. So if I start saying, yeah, I live over here in Kansas. Oh, I'm back over here in Jamaica for a couple of months. Oh, I'm back in America, exactly where I'm at, then that has, that leads them to where I am, and then this mess can start up again. You get what I'm trying to tell you? And I have two different situations, because the type of work that I do, and see, people don't understand when you do certain type of works. I'm trying to give a synopsis without, saying too much, but you could be, just say for instance, if you are a social worker, right? And you've had to go in and remove a elderly from an abusive household or a neglectful household. You had to remove a kid from a neglectful household, or you had to remove somebody handicapped from a household. And when you do this, you got to appear in court several times, right? And then you end up, just say you're going to Walmart one day, and somebody from that family that you had to go in with the police to remove that family member wants to fight you because they see you off duty, and they're angry about it. You understand what I'm saying? Just like when they have the court proceedings, when people have to go to court and you got the judge and jury, they really need to have a certain door for the jury to come in, because there's a lot of people, family members, that want to stop you. And even if you are a witness to a crime, you need to be able to be protected, because a lot of times people, family members, have stood outside the courthouse to know that you're a witness and came and harmed you. A lot of people have been deleted because they were a witness to something. You understand what I'm saying? So you have to watch how you move. Because, see, I don't have to say, you know what? I can tell that that's Sam. I can tell that that's Mary, because I remember what her hands looked like, or she got a cut on the side of her pinky finger, or this person had these kind of thick glasses and they were that color. I remember that. It's not just that for me. I can be in a room and I can vibe, physical vibe, to make me feel away. And I remember one day I was in a store, and I just, I was looking for something, and I was talking to a family member, and I started feeling funny all of a sudden. I'm like, I don't know why I feel this way. So I just continued on, and all of a sudden, somebody walked by from my past that's a part of the people that I have the reorders against. You get what I mean? And it was telling me something, that this person was around. So you know what I had to do, because I don't know, I didn't know if they spotted me or not. I don't think they did, because I was looking at them walk by and they never looked my way. But what I had to do was I had to find somebody that worked in the store, because I had meat and stuff and I didn't want to just abandon my shopping carriage. So I had to find somebody in the store, and I said to them, I have a dangerous situation right now. Can you please take the carriage, because I don't want to just leave the food sitting. And then I had to watch how I left the store. You understand what I mean? And I asked her, I said, is there a special way that I can leave out the store? Even if you can take me through employee, entrance and exit, can you please help me do that? And they escorted me and my family out. But I didn't go right to my car either. You understand what I'm trying? This is what I'm talking about, living this way. I didn't go directly to my car. We went somewhere totally different until we felt the coast was clear enough to jump back in the car and go. Because, see, people don't understand, this is not a game. When you are out here and you have, just listen to me, and I'm not bragging. You get out here, right? And you live this thing called life, whatever that is for you. You understand what I mean? I'm not telling you what's good, what's not. You got to have, you got to do this, you got to do that. But for me, I had to crawl before I walk. So for me to be able to get out and buy a house, right? And then rent that house out business wise, and buy another house, and buy a really decent car to be able to be okay. And you have to let it all go in the blink of an eye, because your life is in danger. Let your house go into foreclosure, living in shelters, hiding, ducking down, this kind of way. And listen to me. What I'm explaining to you is not just, oh, this woman had a domestic husband and all that. It's not just about with men. Listen to me. You could have been in the bank, and the bank got robbed, and by you being the witness there, you have to show up in court to testify. So don't misunderstand me. And the same rules go for anybody that's in a situation where they are a witness to something heinous. You don't have to, it didn't have to be the victim. You were just there. Your life is in danger, and you have to pick up and go. You understand what I'm saying? So to have to start your whole life over, hiding, ducking, P.O. boxes, not being able to communicate with folks, having to cut off family, all of this stuff. People don't understand. It's not a game. Let it all go. Ruin your credit that you were doing good. I remember, I'm going to be honest and I'm going to say it for real. I remember when I bought my first house, I promise you, no bragging, in America. In America, because there's a different place where you live. I didn't live in Minnesota before. Listen to me. When I bought the first house, listen, and God was good. I found me a house that was like what was it, like 70, was it 75,000? This was long ago, you guys. About 75,000, right? I had 3 bedrooms, a living room, dining room, nice yard, shed, good place to park a car, decent neighborhood, right? Guess how much my mortgage was with taxes included? $735. a month because I did the work, kept my credit good. Now, mind you, I had to fix my credit because I took it for granted when I was younger. And not even for granted, I didn't understand how to manage it. Do you understand? So my credit was a mess. And imagine filing for bankruptcy and then coming across the money to pay it off, but they won't stop the bankruptcy. Listen, long story, truth. My mortgage, you just think about it. My mortgage was $735 a month with taxes included. The only thing I had to pay separately was obviously my water bill and my trash can fee. Everything was included, and everything was going good. Nice. And then when you start with these things, whether it be stocking or you had a problem at work where somebody came and flipped out on you, you had to go into someone's house business wise and do your job. Do you understand? I want you guys to understand. I'm not bragging because I am way totally. If you guys, you wouldn't even, and it's not nothing to be ashamed of because I speak nothing but, the truth. For me to fall from where I was at to be where I am now, it's a total different. Even if you are the type that like to have a nice car, I'm not bragging because you got to walk to get in that car. You got to have a job to get in there. Anything you're lucky to have, you are considered blessed. But I'm just saying, if you done what God told you to do and able to get you a good house and a good car, and it's snatched away from you because of somebody else. You understand the devil is real, y'all. The devil is real and the devil is busy and he victimizes people all the time. He will use people to hurt you. But the point that I'm trying to make is that I am totally different than what I was then. And I promise you, I feel more better that I am. I'm doing better mentally and spiritually than I was financially. And as far as having physical things, I'm nowhere near. You wouldn't even believe. It's almost like a kind of like, and I'm not being rude or disrespectful. It's almost like a Cinderella story. And you know where Cinderella started and she went up. Well, I was up and came down, and I'm not bragging. I'm not trying to talk bad about myself. I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with just being Cinderella the rest of your life. Long as you got a good relationship with God and you are loved and you're taken care of, that's fine. Do you understand what I'm saying? But I had to, you understand, I had to come all the way back down, and I've had to stay down since because I can't get back where I was. And I don't think that that's what it's meant to be for me right now. And I have come to accept it. Just like I had spent my life saying that I'm a victim, I'm a victim, I'm a victim, I'm a victim. And I promise you, I was because I had that mentality because that was my situation and circumstances. There's no way that even if you have a relationship with God, there's no way that you can have some of the stuff that happened to me and not understand that you are in a victim situation at that moment. But guess what? God told me you are now a victor. Even if your life is different than what it was, you are still alive. I love you. You're breathing. You got good family that you're able. Because, see, I'm not associated with nobody but my immediate. You understand what I mean? No one. And I realized that the most important, first of all, God is more important to me than any family. First of all, God is more important than a newborn baby because if not Him, you would not have. So you understand, this is what I'm working on. And like I said, I can say all of these things to you guys and talk about it and still have fear and doubt and fall down. You understand what I'm saying? Like I said, it's good to believe in God and seek your spiritual side. I do all of that, and I still, I mess up though. I still fall apart in the flesh. You know why? Because you got to go through something to get to something. You understand what I mean? Rome wasn't built overnight. There's no way that you can say that, you know what, I'm okay. Just like with this pastor, it was two pastors and they went on a trip, right? And one of the pastors got a phone call. And then when he got the phone call said that one of your churches, I think they said the church was broken into or there was a fire. And then the other pastor said to him, well, since that happened, we can leave now. We're going to have to, leave the trip and go back. He said, no, that's what I got insurance for. You see, once you start working towards your building up, it's not going to happen automatically. You see, one pastor was worried, and the pastor that it happened to, and they just happened to be pastors. It could have been, just any, people, just regular folks that didn't have a church. But the point I'm trying to make, he understood that these things do happen. I have insurance. I got people that's going to take care of that. No, I'm not ruining my trip. I'm going to stay. And then the other pastor was like, no, man, I would have to go. I would have to go back because I couldn't just be here and enjoy myself while that was going on. Well, guess what? You're allowed to have fun when you have problems. You are allowed to still have fun even though you're going through something. And you know what happened to me before I heard the story about the pastor? I had a situation, you guys, that I had something happen to me very bad medically, and I want to share this with you guys one day too. But something that had happened to me really bad. I figured out something was wrong myself, and I went to one doctor, and they sent me to a specialist. Right now, let me tell you, when I went to this specialist, I was going to get confirmation, the second confirmation, even though I ended up with a third, but I was going to get confirmation of what I knew was true because I came across it myself, right? But guess what happened? When I walked into this office, I seen families in there. Some people had their kids with them. Some of the kids were there for medical issues. And just think about it. Right there, life was lifing. There were some people that were coming in there like me for the first time to get the second diagnosed. There were some people that was there because a family member passed away from what was going on with me. And there were some people that were in there just for a follow-up appointment. So I go into this place right here, and I promise you guys. Now you know that I was worrying about this. I was young in my 20s. I was worried like crazy. Worried. You know how we do? You believe in God, but see, then I didn't even know my self-worth. And I didn't have the right kind of relationship with God, even though I'm still working on it now. I'm working on my salvation now. I'm gonna slip fall. I'm gonna fall on my own sword many times a day. But you know what? I repent and I'm gonna keep trying. So I go into this appointment. I said life was lifing, right? So I get into the appointment. He pulled out the x-rays and all this other stuff and said that I can confirm it right here and now that it's definitely what you thought it was, and you're going to have to get another procedure done so that we can see what it is, which is going to be, some type of biopsy. You understand me? Listen to me good. Okay. So I already knew. But at that moment, listen to me, you guys. I feel like crying. Oh my God. Mm. I'm gonna say this. Oof, oof. Let me get it together. When this man told me that what I had already been dealing with for about probably maybe I say maybe 2 to 3 weeks, that it was confirmed to be that, but there's gonna be more testing. They know that it's that, but they got to know how to treat it. And if you don't, ooh, if you don't get the treatment, you will die. Hear me? Listen, listen. You will die. Okay. And at that moment, before I got that confirmation, I had already planned and thought how I was going to feel in that moment. And you know what? When he told me that, I didn't bat an eye. I took the information. They set me up for the next appointment for the biopsy. And when I went into the waiting room, there was other families that came in and out, and when I went outside, the sun was shining. Life was still lifing. And you know why it didn't destroy me in that moment like I thought it would? It's because God carried me. You understand what I'm trying to explain to you? He took the worry that I thought that I was going to have once I knew, even though I was already worried. He took it from me. You ever see that plaque that got footprints in the sand of time? And the man said, God, where were you? And he said, God, where were you? Because I only seen one set of footsteps. Where were you? God said, because I carried you. So the footsteps you seen wasn't yours, they were mine. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? And I didn't know that though, because I didn't know God right then. I didn't know my self worth. I didn't know until like what, some years as I got older, what that meant, because when I was in the moment, I didn't know. And even when I went through my treatment, I did not feel the way people would feel when they got diagnosed with something like that. And even though they said if you don't get the treatment, you will die. And even if you get the treatment, it could come back, it could get worse. You understand? I didn't feel none of it. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? I didn't feel none of it. That was something that was a miracle. And like I said before, I hadn't worked with God the way I should, been studying my Bible, didn't know my self worth, coming from a whole bunch of chaos. I didn't understand. But as I grow, learn, seek, I realized that it was Him that took that away from me, because He didn't want me to feel that way, because that's not what it was going to be. He knew what I did not know. Faith is the confirmation of the things you cannot see. And I did, and even though I still act the fool now, and and I'm a lot older, and I've learned a lot, and I'm working on my salvation, I still cut up and act the fool. I do. I do. I had a doctor's appointment here that I went to, and it led to me having two different surgeries, right? And you guys know I mentioned that a couple of months back. Well, guess what? I had the surgeries, and guess what? One of them, the surgeries are not working out right now. I had to have two devices. I had to have one surgery when I was under. They did two surgeries on me, and I had a device implanted in me for one of the surgeries I had, and it's not working out right. So I had an appointment for a follow up to go back, to see what was going on. And they canceled my appointment last month in January. So I'm scheduled to go this week, Thursday, to figure out, do I have to have another surgery or do I have to have the device removed? So I got to go back to some testings. I got to go to two appointments, in that week. I mean, in this week, to make sure that everything is what it's supposed to be, or do I need another surgery? But guess what? On top of that, after I had surgery, I say, what was it, September, October, I had to go physically into another appointment and get office treatment right in the office. And the treatment that they did for me in October was supposed to last me for 6 months. Guess what? I had to go right back to that doctor again for another different treatment because that didn't last not even a month. And I had another treatment done in November. And guess what? When they did the treatment in November, they said there's nothing else. You're going to have another surgery for total different medical problems. Totally different medical problems. I might have to have surgery because there's nothing else that they can do as far as any kind of injections or anything like that. You get where I'm coming from, and it continues on. You get what I'm saying? But guess what? This is my life. This is my cross to bear. Do I want this stuff to happen to me? No. But how can I wish it on somebody else? I have to bear what's meant for me, and it's hard to do this, and it's better said than done. But you know what? I'm doing it. I have to. You get where I'm coming from? I have to because this is my life. See, people don't understand, just like we got a lot of controversy out here, like when people know that, the different stuff is happening to people, and you always say, well, why are you going to say, why me? But why would it be them? Why can't it be you? You see what I'm trying to tell you? You have to be selfless and understand you're just your cross to bear. Just like right now. How many of us right now are able to be lucky enough to be here on YouTube? We're here on YouTube, we're laughing, we're chatting, and you got somebody here that don't even have water. You understand where I'm coming from? You got somebody right here now that don't have water, but yet you are having fun on YouTube and eating and laughing and kicking back. And these people is homeless. These people are in a destitute country or somewhere doing bad financially. You get where I'm coming from? This is not a game. This is the reality, you know? And it's not just to use somebody else's downfall to make yourself feel better. It's the truth. It's the truth of what's happening to you and in your life. It's because that's what's meant for you. And people don't understand that we have a lot of people that can't even get medical care. So why am I going to over complain about something I'm going through medically when there is another woman, hundreds and thousands of women of all races dealing with the same problem as me, but they can't get help. They can't get nothing for the pain. They can't get surgery. They can't get treatment. So who am I to complain like I'm something special that it can't happen to me? You get what I mean? So you have to learn whatever it is. Even dealing with death is tragic and it's very hard. But you know what? People are in your life for a reason and a season. God controls all of this. And I'm talking this good talk and I really mean it and I believe in it, but I still mess when it happens. I do. I mess up several times. I mess up because I have to fight with the flesh of how I feel and what I'm going through. You understand what I'm saying? I still have to. I can't say, okay, just say if I said, why me? Well, who is it going to be? How are you better than anybody else? No matter what color, no matter what money you got. How are you sitting up here saying, oh gosh, I gotta have another, oh my health, oh me, I'm doing so bad. Well, what about the people that got the same thing you got and they can't get no help? What if a person wasn't given the choice to say, well, you know what, if you don't get the treatment, you're gonna die. There, you can't get treatment. How do you feel? The greed. You understand what I mean? Less is more, you guys, in so many cases. Do you know how it is to go from living, just say if you're living in a city, and I'm not judging anybody, in America or somewhere, and you go back to the island? Like I'm going to tell you, I'm going to put this video up one day. I wish I could find a way to cover up faces and stuff, but a video that I have, and I showed friends of mine this video when I went to Yard, when I went to Jamaica for a vacation, and everybody kept saying, "Well, how is that a vacation? You're washing clothes by hand. You got this big old bar of blue soap. You got to go in the backyard. You don't have a bathroom in the house. How are you having a good time when in America you have a house, you have a washer, you have a dryer?" That is not, listen to me. The strengths are greater than you realize, y'all. Listen to me. Listen to me. That is some of the best blessings. I would rather have a trip back home like that than being somewhere with a waitress and a maid standing over me. Do you understand what I mean? Can you guys hold on for 1 minute? I have a quick delivery here at the door, and I'm going to grab it and sign for it. So I'm going to have to silence it for 1 minute. Okay? 1 second, please. All right, you guys, y'all probably done left because I know everybody is busy, and I apologize for that. But I am back here, and if there's someone still alive, please let me know. If not, I accept that. Because see, I'm doing some things in the background. As I told you guys before, we had started a little family thing around here when C-19 hit, and still got to run that. And I had some packages and stuff to check over, so it took me longer than I thought. But I thank you guys for coming. What's up, Falcon Way? Thank you for being here. I appreciate you stopping in. Happy New Week. But anyway, if you guys had to leave, I get it. I get it. And I don't want one person to feel that I'm chatting it up with somebody else and who's more important, because I would never treat anybody differently, no matter what it is. I just try my best. And like I said, a lot of you guys out here, I definitely do be putting you guys up as the pinned comment on the live, but sometimes y'all may not make it that day, so you don't see it. And it's all good. It's all good. I just want y'all to know that I got y'all back, and I like to rock with everybody, and I'm going to try my best instead of me just saying like a hi and all of that. I want to start basically pinning something up here, which would be somebody's channel, and I'm going to try to do that each and every live that I do. But I want you guys to know that I appreciate all of you. Please, please. Let me see. Wait a minute. That ain't. Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. I'm sorry. Here we go. Please forgive me. Also, can you please hit the thumbs up, leave a comment. If you can hang out, let's hang out. I see somebody else here. Who is this? Hello, Leeds Music. How you doing? Thank you for coming. Happy New Week. How you doing? Thank you for coming. Happy New Week. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for being here. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for being here. Oh, she says, oh, no, no, no. Let's try that. Oh, okay. I hear you. Thank you so much, everybody. I really appreciate all of you guys coming through and checking me out. And like I said, I apologize for that, but you know how it is. Sometimes when you're doing a live and something's going on in the background that you have to deal with. So that's all that was. And I don't want nobody to feel disrespected or like I took you guys for granted. It's just that what I needed to do took a little bit longer than I planned. And I thank you guys for whoever had time to spend, even if it's just a second. Thank you for coming in and acknowledging me and spending some time and listening to my convo, y'all. Because I promise you, I come and I just let it out. And I didn't want nobody to feel uncomfortable or feel sorry or sad. Thanks for sharing. I just want to tell, the truth about, and it's not even testimonies or anything like that. It's life. It's life, and a lot of times when stuff happens, a lot of people always say, why me? But that for me, I've probably asked that question, but I've matured so much in that area that I say, why not me? Why would you want it to be somebody else? So just say, for instance, you say, why me? What if it ends up being your mother, your sister, or somebody? So you have to take what your trials and tribulations are. Yummy, tasty chocolate cupcakes. But yeah, I don't know if anybody is still here or not, so I'll probably just go on and put some music on. And I apologize, you guys, for the delay, but I got caught up, and I had told you guys that I was going to have to step off for a minute if you guys heard me. Much love to everybody out here. If any of you guys come back in the comment section, I definitely will be willing to chat back. I'm gonna keep looking, in and out with this live to see if anybody came back, and I'm willing to talk and hang. And if not, until then, I will put the music on and I'll keep looking over at the live. And if somebody pops in, I definitely will get back and chat it up with you guys and, love you guys up. And Spirit in the sky, you are so special. Thank you. And maybe we could find some kind of way that we can have one of those type of dialogues, because I know how it is when you want to say something, but there's some people that you probably ain't comfortable with yet to share it, or certain parts of your story you want to share some here and there. I get it, because I got, honey, let me tell you, when I roll it out, I hope it won't be too heavy, because I know I just put some stuff down on you guys that is kind of heavy, and I'm trying not to, say anything to make anybody feel any kind of way, if you know what I mean. But I do want to share, and like I said, I don't want a person just to pray for me when they know that I'm, sick or doing something, something's going wrong. I want prayer when I'm on a rooftop in the middle and sunken down low. Pray for me all the time, and I'll do the same for you, because I don't need prayers just because I'm going through stuff, because life is going to always consist of trials and tribulations. So there's no way around that. You understand where I'm coming from? We have to understand that it's required 24/7, 365 in the building. Definitely have to understand that. It's never going to stop. You get where I'm coming from? It's always going to be a challenge, of trying to stay afloat, working in our walking in our salvation and working on our faith. Okay, so I'm gonna try to find a different type of music to put on, because I think you guys got caught up and you guys are a little busy, so I get it. All right, here we go. Here go the music. I'm here though. Mm-hmm. What's up, Rev? How you doing? Hello, Jenny. How you guys doing? Happy New Week. Blessings to everyone. What's up? I was just having a good conversation probably about 20 minutes ago here, and I wish you two were here because it was a good conversation. And Rev, I want to thank you for connecting me with the Avenger. I am getting ready for one of my look another doctor's appointment this week, but I'm doing good. How are you, Rev? I thank you so much. Bless you too. Thank you so much. Bless you too. I got some serious stuff that I had started talking about earlier, and it's just a certain crowd of people that I got to have this conversation with because I'm glad, and once again, shout out to you and your recovery, and that you're doing well and you continue to grow. And blessings to you, Rev, for your new housing situation. I hope Miss Rats is doing okay. And I gotta I'm gonna try because I know with the Avenger with his channel he talks about so much stuff, and and I know he targets a lot to things that happen to children, you know what I mean. But I gotta get in with a conversation here about like he avenges the people that do that type of stuff, and I want to get into the other side too of it where the folks that things like that happen to what they've done. And it's a very controversial conversation, so I want to make sure I'm with the right people to talk about it. Is yes, there's always some kind of good in the day, Rev. I promise you. Even times that I be feeling like what I'm dealing with is horrible and it's long lasting, there's still good things going on in the world, even if I don't feel it at the moment. You know what I mean? And that's being selfless, if you get where I'm coming from. But I definitely, I'm trying to figure out if I can just start doing some of that stuff that I want to talk about over here, because with for the children and oh, there's so much stuff I want to do in that area because there's some people that's hollering out for me to help them. Also, it helps me to help folks too. And if you ever get a chance, now I want you to understand me, Rev. I'm not trying to force you to. I know you know me better than that, Rev. But I have a playlist of true events, and I put that playlist together long years ago. And the new people that I deal with now don't even know that it exists, but I would like for a few people to go over there and check it out because I say true events because I'm tired of hearing reality TV, the story. Here's I mean, real deal. And I want people, I wish I can bring it back up to make it more new because it's true stuff and it has a lot to do with the type of, work that I've done and experiences that I've had with people and stuff like that. But it's serious. And it didn't get the notoriety that it should. And I think the reason why is because I had those on this actual channel that I had that wasn't about that type of stuff. So a lot of people kind of overlooked it. And I need to bring that back up so that folks can really check it out.
Wow, we lots of snow. Stay warm. Yeah, because it's very important that those certain things like that reach a certain audience. And I'm trying to figure out if I can get somebody to help me bring it, you know what I mean? Bring it back forth so that the new people that I'm dealing with now can go check it out. Because I think that a lot of people are going to be able to identify with it. I think a lot of people are going to be able to get help from it, and a lot of clarity on stuff that a lot of folks probably struggle with, and they can see the different point of views that comes from somebody differently than how the situation hit them, if that makes sense. Wow, we I love oxtails. Definitely need to figure out. I got so much stuff here that I want to do because see, I really was before I came over here to hang out with the Rruk. I really was a content creator, and now I'm not. You want to find out? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, what I'm trying to do is, I want that type of stuff. You know what? I'm gonna make some current stuff with that, but I try not to do a lot of what my life consists of, so certain people that I don't deal with won't get on to that it's me because, like I said, safety reasons, right? But there's some serious conversations to be had. Yes, oxtails. Yes, it's going down, man. It's going down. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, what make me want to eat oxtail them? But yeah, I gotta excuse me. I got quite a few things on that playlist, and it is called True Events. And I got that playlist, but like I said, I did this years ago. I don't even know if we're going back in 2018 or a little bit further back than that. And that stuff that I did was, part of the type of work that I've done, you know what I mean, and people that I've dealt with. And like I said, when I did these videos, this was on when I had an actual channel that I used to do real content and, and reviews about, like, the royalty, famous people, but the truth. And a lot of people didn't pay attention to those true events because I guess they weren't interested in that at the time, if that makes sense. So I am trying to, bring that around. And also a lot of the stuff that the Avenger talks about, I got a lot of stuff that I have been trying to get out to the right audience. And it's not to, because see, a lot of times when you talk about things like that, a lot of people can't handle it, or some people think you're trying to make them feel down, but they need to shed more light on that kind of stuff. And also mental health too is something that I really need to really get over here because people need this. They really do. It's just that if I have some people that come through that it does, they don't want to be bothered, they can come back another time. But I need to bring out the stuff with the children, both things, the essay and the physical, and emotional. And then also I want to talk about that because people need this help. I'm telling you. And mental health is something I want to elaborate on more too. But you got to find the right ears for it. Wow, the food looks good. So I'm trying to figure out how to do this because I got some family here, and we were supposed to be getting a podcast going here. But the thing is with them, they're not, I'm not saying it to disrespect them because I'm glad that they, didn't have to, deal with this type of stuff. But I basically really need to be able to link up with the right folks that, have experienced this, unfortunately, that deal with mental health and the stuff with children. You get what I mean? I got a whole boy. If I get with the right crowd, I can really blow this thing up. And I'm not talking about financially and worried about that. I'm talking about help spread the love around the world. Very pretty flowers. you know. I really want to do that because I think that it can help a lot of people. And I know with me, not even just helping me out for some of the stuff that I've been through, but helping me to help other people, you know. This is something that's really gotta I gotta get this going, really. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try my best to do some of this, some of that over here on Rruk, and hopefully it won't hit the certain people that's used to me saying certain things in any kind of negative way. And like I said, if they don't feel comfortable, they can come back another time if that's okay. Very cute fur babies, you know. I'm trying my best to figure out how can I move the crowd. You know what I mean? I really want to get into this because these things are really, really hidden away, hidden away really bad. And enough people don't, share it out or talk about it enough. And I want to do that because it's needed. I promise you. Because I got, even right today, I don't know, I'm not calling nobody out because I don't want nobody to feel uncomfortable. But I just had my dear one of my dear YouTube sisters say that they would really like to talk to me. What's up, Bud Files? Thank you for stopping in. I appreciate it. Happy New Week. I hope you're doing well. Blessings to you and your family. Thank you for your awesome content. You guys are educating me. Oh my goodness, I'm learning so much, and I mean that. Y'all take me in an area that I like. Let me see what he said. They definitely found the right crowd with the revenge. Yes, and see the thing is, but my thing is that's hard to do. There are the right crowd of people, but I want to be able, and I know it's hard to please do not misunderstand me. I know you know better, Rev, because we don't play games here or run over nobody or nothing. But the thing is, there's some things I want to be able to ask him, but his live is so busy, which is a blessing, and he deserves, that, but I want to get his response on that. And then I need to find some other people to be able to, really elaborate on it because this is serious with the kids stuff. Really, oh boy, and mental health. It's got to be dug into. It's got to be. He said, turn them oxtails. You something else, Rev. You know the slang, everything, man. That's one thing about you. You are well rounded with so many different things, and I love you, bro. You're awesome. You are you are totally awesome. I promise. I am so glad that I ran across you in this YouTube streets out here because you got it going on, and you're very, very, we all are unique, but I'm just saying you got some stuff. Everybody can't rock with it, man. Listen to me. Everybody can't rock with it, and you have survived some things and you are still a great person. You know what I mean? And I know for a fact that you have been through a lot of other, bad things and hard times due to what you went through to get to where you are now. But it's amazing. You understand what I mean? It's amazing that you can build again. And I know that, a lot of, people out here, us, everybody, when you go through things like what you've been through, what we've been through, what folks have been through, it causes you to end up with some type of addictions and stuff to be able to cope with it. You understand what I'm saying? So whoa, man, I just got to take my hat off to you. You can answer me. Oh, he said he got his personal number. That's good because I want to be able to elaborate on because you know how, and I'm not saying that because see, I just started watching him, so I'm sure there's a lot of stuff that he probably already said that's pertained to what I'm interested in. You understand where I'm coming from? But I want to, I want to, this is what I've been having people reach out to me. That's why I said that playlist that I got of true events, if people will watch that, they will understand what I'm trying to, what I'm speaking of. And I know it's not nothing new. I'm not trying to say like I'm special and I'm coming off with something nobody never heard of. It's just that I got people that want me to elaborate on more of the issues where they, okay, what he said, definitely understand. Oh yes, yes, sir, yes, sir. But I'm dealing with two, Rev. What I had going was this one, this special phone number that people could call me, to try to help them. And a lot of times they help me and I end up saying something to them. They help me. You get what I mean? But they're calling me, not necessarily for me to preach, judge, or give advice, but just, straight shoot it. You know what I mean? Straight shoot it. And I'm dealing with a lot of folks that obviously, in a lot of cases, no disrespect, people that have been SA'd and physically battered as a child, some of them turn out differently, if you know what I mean. I'm trying not to say the wrong thing over here because I don't want nobody to misunderstand, but I got you here, Reverend. You're the perfect one to talk to about this. But I got a lot of people reaching out and they have ended up becoming what they feared the most. I'm just, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but you get where I'm coming from. What they feared the most, they became that. You get what I'm saying? And they are crying out for some help. And a lot of these people that I'm speaking of are currently in their area, so to speak. You know what I mean? A lot of these people are still doing the atrocity that was performed against them, whether it be the SA or the physical. They're doing it to other folks, knowing how bad it hurt them. And they're reaching out to me to try to figure out what, why, and how, and some more, because these folks, now you got to look at it. There's actually doctors that they're dealing with that's way over the top, way more than anything I could do. You know what I mean? And they're in therapy. But you know what? I'm gonna be honest. There's some things that I've had going on in my life, Rev. Even just meeting you, and I know we haven't known each other that long, but it feels like a lifetime that you've helped me with. That I've been the professional people for. Sometimes it don't work the same way when you go to a professional. You get what I'm saying? Hey, what's up, cable guy? The cable company. How you doing, bro? Thank you for coming. I love you, brother. Thank you for stopping in. What is happening? Happy new week. And you are another one, just like the Bud Files, man. I have learned so much from you guys' channel. I know I don't seem like I probably, because I don't play in the games and stuff all the time, but I promise you, I am invested and I enjoy your content. I promise you, and I support you because I believe in you and I like what you do. The cable guy. But you've educated me on a lot of stuff too. And then I have another person too. What is his name? He educates me on a lot of stuff with metal. And this is stuff that I know, but I don't know enough of. And I've been getting the right stuff, learning from you, the cable company, and from the Bud family. I've been learning so many different things that it's been blowing my mind. Stuff that I, knew a little bit or not at all. You understand what I mean? So I really appreciate that. It's squirrels, magnet, and fishing. I'm learning a lot of stuff from him as well too. He said victim also turned. Yes, yes, Rev. We gotta. Yes, listen. Oh my gosh, Rev. See, this is why I gotta come at you, bro. This is what I'm talking about. That's what I'm dealing with. Oh my gosh, you are something else, man. So I found that sometimes peer to peer support works better than professional, yes, and medications and all of that, and take a vacation and go talk to your abuser. Sometimes it don't be that. It's peer to peer. And also I've seen people get help from somebody that don't even that it never happened to them. But they were able to come at it from a different angle. And then I know that victims help victims and then they become victors, just like me with what's happened in my life, as an adult. I have had the victim mentality for a long time until God told me and me working on it myself that I'm a victor now. And I don't have to use that same mentality, even though I still feel it. What's up, Patty in the building? How you doing, sis? Much love to you, girl. Happy New Week. Happy New Week, darling. I hope you are doing well because I got a lot of folks when I used to do that type of stuff they when I was doing, like I said, when I had the actual channel, right? I was dealing with that kind of stuff because I was doing it the physical work of helping people in different situations, right? And I ended up in the situation where I was doing the actual channel, but the channel was about content. So, none of those folks that watch the content of me doing reviews were interested in those type of things. So a lot of folks didn't pay attention to it. She says, I'm well, thank you. I'm glad you're doing well, and I am too, Patty. I got a consultation with a surgeon for something totally different Thursday because I was scheduled last month and they rescheduled it, so I got to see what this surgeon is talking about. And then next week, I got to go back from the actual two surgeries I had to visit the doctor to do some testing because one of the surgeries, I think I told you guys before, I had a device implanted and it's not working out. So for those two surgeries I had, I got to go back for a follow up for one part of the surgery, and then I got to go back again. So I got two appointments with that doctor next week, and then I got one appointment this week. It just keeps going. You know what I mean? It just keep going. And like I said, I'm not complaining, you guys, because see, this is my cross to bear. Because I always, look, how we have things in our lives that you have a point in time where you always say, like, why me? But the thing is, okay, why not you? And if not you, do you want it to be your mother, sister, aunt, or somebody else? So why isn't it your cross to bear? And like I said, all of us drive down Mercy Street, and it's just what our lives is. You understand what I mean? Just like you can say some kids have grown up and they had a life that was considered as decent, a decent family, and then you got some kids that were abused, SA'd, and other things by family. You got some folks that don't have mental health issues that is a part of their life every day and only experience having some mental health concerns when they're going through something like processing the death, and they, once they process it, they get back regular, back to, now, I won't say regular because there's no such thing as regular, but they get back to feeling better, where there's people that have a mental health diagnosis have to medication and see doctors and stay in therapy, so it's a different ride, you know what I mean? Yes, we all go, and you can't see. This is what people not understand. Even though we have a God, does not mean that we're not going to have trials and tribulations. It doesn't mean that bad things is not going to happen to us. That's just not how it goes. You get where I'm coming from? We all drive down Mercy Street, and it never will stop, because you got to look at it. And no disrespect, I don't want nobody to think that I'm trying to downplay their struggles to make myself look good or make myself feel better. But right now, I'm sitting here and I'm able to talk to you guys across the world on YouTube. And there's some people that can't even go to a doctor to see about their medical problems, but yet I have an appointment to make it better, and they never can and never will. That doesn't mean God favors me more. This is my cross to bear. You see what I mean? I'm learning this because a lot of times people have that type of mentality, and I have too, because you don't understand. And when you don't know God, it is hard to understand what his plan is for your life. But I know that there is probably millions of men and women and children and people of all ages that are experiencing exactly what I had the two surgeries for, the problems that I'm having with one of the surgery. And let me tell you, when I had that surgery back, when I spoke with you guys about that, I ended up, I'm going to be honest with you, when I had that surgery, that was back um some months ago, and then within a month fresh out of that surgery, I had to go in to have a medical procedure done in office. That medical procedure that I had done, and that was something totally separate from just having two surgeries. I had to go in and get a medical procedure done in the office that was supposed to last 6 months. It didn't last 6 months. I had to go back again in November and get another in office treatment. And at that point, they told me that there was nothing that they could do with that doctor I was seeing from that problem. And now I got to meet for a consultation with a surgeon this week. So life is lifing. You know what I mean? So what else? What can you do? You got to live. There's no way around it. And being negative and angry and evil, which we are going to have our times. Because a lot of times when you're going through stuff, people think because you have a relationship with God that you're not going to struggle in the flesh and get mad and get upset and disappointed. That's part of the process. We're human. That's a part of the process. God already know you're going to do that. You know what I mean? And it's okay to do that because it helps us out a lot to process it and yell it out, scream, yell, whatever you need to do, because that's how you get through it. And then at the same time, it doesn't help to stay down too long, because then your battle is harder. You know what I mean? So I just say, we got to keep rolling. We got to keep going. You know what I'm saying? And like I said before, I want to start bringing this certain type of content, like I said, and this will show you that if you go, like for instance, and I'm not, like I said before, I'm not trying to force anybody, click, views, money, monetize, all that. I promise you. One of my main reasons for coming to YouTube is because I get a chance to meet people from around the world, brothers from another mother, sisters from another misters, and I get to mix and mingle around people in a different way because I can't do it in my physical life for safety reasons. You get where I'm coming from? So this gives me that outlet, that hug, the love that I need. Yes, we have all got the trials and tribulations, and you can't make it to heaven unless you go to something to get to something. This is what I don't understand about people. They think that if you, even if you get to a point where you really are saved, sanctified, and filled with the Holy Ghost, that does not mean that you're not going to die, that you're not going to get sick, that you're not going to have losses. That has nothing to do with it. It just prepares you so that you will definitely make it to heaven and get your crown of life. That's the important part of all of it is knowing that you are going to heaven. So we can't expect that if you just because you're doing right and studying and going to church that in this life that nothing's going to happen because this is preparing us for our journey. But how can you have a journey if you ain't been through nothing? Oh, no, that's okay. Thank you for being back in here, Rev. But it's okay. You get where I'm coming from? It's okay to feel this. And you know how it is when you're going through something and people keep on saying, pray, pray, pray. Obviously, if you believe in God, and I'm not judging anybody's, relationship with God, or if they don't believe, I'm not forcing nobody. I'm not judging nobody. I'm not preaching to nobody. But what I do know is that I need to, even no matter how much I rely on God's strength, I have my own problems that I struggle with in the flesh, and I'm gonna cut the fool. Do you understand what I mean? I'm gonna cut the fool because that's how it is for me because that's how life is. You know what I mean? You go through things and you have to process them by crying, by being upset. You know what I mean? That's how it works out for a lot of us. And like I said before, you have to do a lot of this stuff if you're trying to go to heaven. There's no way you can go to heaven if you don't have no experience. You remember Jesus walked with sinners, but he did not sin. You get what I'm trying to say? Just like with these pastors, and this is a true story too, by the way. I ain't even say story. This is a true event. And like I said, if you guys ever get a chance, you can understand. I've done this type of work way, way, I put these videos up long time ago and it's called True Events because it's some stuff that's really, and I'm not telling you guys to go look at it because you don't have to, but it's a playlist that I have on my Rruk hangout spot, and it's called True Events. And you will see what I've dealt with, what I've been through, and what I've helped people through. And I want to start bringing some of that back. And like I said, when I had an actual channel, nobody really didn't pay attention to it because they were more concerned about me doing reviews and stuff, and they weren't interested in that type of suffering or those situations. So I didn't get a lot of shine over there. But I'm gonna slowly creep some of this back into Rook of all and start bringing that. And a lot of people that come here for a different reason, if they're not comfortable with certain stuff that I'm speaking or doing, just come back another time. But I gotta let this out. You understand? Oh no, 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 no. That's just a YouTube sister, Rev. Winsome H does her just stuff like, talking to people and she cooks and stuff like that. But no, this don't have no disrespect to her because she's awesome, got amazing channel. But no, this don't have nothing to do with her. This is what I was doing when I did the actual channel. This goes back many years ago, and I was working with people that handled the all of the analytics and that kind of stuff that I didn't understand. This was something that I joined in with some people, but I was responsible for the content and bringing in the supporters. But this has nothing to do with her. No, she don't have nothing to do. This was my actual own channel myself, you know what I mean? And I had somebody helping me doing the technical part. But Winsome is one of my wonderful YouTube sisters that just has her channel and she talks about family and like I said, cooking and that's she don't have nothing to do with this kind of content that I'm talking about. And I just, had the pleasure of just meeting her just a couple of months ago. Let's keep following. This is but yeah, she was just here hanging out with me like she does, and she does have a an awesome channel, but nothing to do with the kind of stuff that I'm speaking about. The stuff that I have, if anybody look at those videos in the playlist, is called True Events. That was me myself straight shooting without nobody. I just those are the videos I was putting up because it was the kind of work I did. Some of the stuff is stuff I had experienced, and so on and so forth. And what I want to do is I want to bring some of that over here to Rook of all, because I'm starting to see that I have a crowd of people that every time I come and talk with them about, little skits of about mental health or essay, and even from adults being essayed, they like it. So I'm going to start, instead of trying to set up a whole new channel or open up that old channel, I'll probably just at this hangout spot, Rukaval, I'll probably start just bringing it here. You know what I mean? And just do it here, because I'm finding wonderful people like you that understand Rev. Patty knows too. Patty knows this kind of stuff because Patty remember, and I'm not bragging, guys. Please don't misunderstand me. But Patty knows when I used to be on these lives talking 2, 3 hours in depth about all kinds of incest and things of that. I don't want to offend nobody. Let's just be raw. Incest, religion, assault, all of those things. We talk deeply, and I had stopped talking so much about certain things because I had a lot of crowd of negative people that was coming in and disrespecting other folks. You know what I mean? So I had to kind of reroute things. Yes, Patty, and I want to bring some of that back because it's very prevalent and it helps me help other people, it helps me, period. And we need to lean and love and hug on one another when it comes to that kind of stuff, because I can tell you one thing is that anytime you are around somebody that has been a victim of something, it victimizes you to a certain extent, even if it didn't happen to you physically. Anytime you have anybody close to you that's struggling with mental health, it affects the whole family, your whole unit of people around you. And I want to get back into those talks, Patties, because I go back and look at my old videos here, and not too long ago, we're going about maybe 6 months back or more, that I used to really lay into this. And you remember, and I'm not bragging, but you remember the live used to be off the chain, but I had a lot of naughty people there. That's what messed it up. Be chopping it up. Yes. Yes, Patty. And you remember we talked about a lot of good stuff. And the whole thing is the conversation that we were having wasn't just about people hardships or bad things. We talked across the board about everything. The up, the down, the in between. And that's why I always tell people, like when I speak to folks, don't just pray when you're doing bad. Pray 24/7, because we need it every day, all day. You know what I mean? People need prayer even when they're doing good, you know and I love having those conversations because I'm able to connect with people that we all sharing together, we all help each other out, we all learn from each other, and it's a big deal, you know what I mean? It's a big deal. And like I said, I have a situation that I'm thinking about getting back into, because I used to have a contact situation where people were able to contact me. And like I said, I'm not judging, I'm not preaching, and I'm not giving nobody no advice, but they liked the conversation with me when I was doing it live. But some of them want to talk a little bit more private because they're shy or ashamed or worried and don't want it out. You get what I'm saying? So I'm thinking about getting me a phone back again, because I used to do it before, business wise too, job wise, for real, for real. But I'm thinking about getting back into it because I got a lot of people that want to reach out. And I just had someone that was in the live today. Oh, that is so sweet. I was thinking about a live today, and I said I'll just start talking and see what happens. But yeah, she doesn't talk about any of this kind of stuff over there, Rev. Her channel is just chilled. You get where I'm coming from. She just chills. She just chills and just talks about just her life in the island, and how she living and stuff like that. But she don't talk about, no disrespect to her, but she don't elaborate like we do about SA and mental health. And she'll talk about stuff, and it's amazing. But it's not what it's not what we're talking about doing, so to speak, if that makes sense. Yes. If you are coming from. I'm gonna tell you, Rev. If I that channel, it's been on pause, but I'm gonna tell you, I was a different girl back then. You gonna be like, you ain't gonna be shocked though, because I know you know how to keep it real. You ain't gonna be shocked, but you gonna be like, oh, I knew Rruk had it in her. Cause man, listen, I went in cussing worse than a sailor, and I'm not bragging, you guys. I'm keeping it real. That's what I was doing. That's what that content was. It was the truth. It was the truth. But I was talking about, the reviews of rich and famous people. I was talking about the truth about reality TV, but my language, y'all, honey, I was straight up gutter. You hear me? And the reason why I stopped doing it is because the people that I was dealing with wanted me to go more than what I was going, and I didn't want to go that far. So I stopped doing it. And I had got over there like what 10K. I had stopped it. I shut that down at 10K, and only like probably like with Rruk of all now, like 3,000 of the people came with me from over there to Rruk of all now, and the rest, you know what I mean? Because if I had 10 and only like 3,000 came with me, I lost like 7,000 people because I didn't do the content that they wanted anymore. You get what I'm saying? And since I've been over here at Rruk is working up to 1,000 now of its own. So that makes my total of the thousand that the 3,000 is something that I have right now. But no one, back when I was doing the channel, no one really paid attention to the true events. You know what I mean? So I just let it be. But I need to try to bring back some of those stories because I don't know. I can not the stories, the true events. I can tell them now, but it will be a different passion because I was in the moment when I was doing it back then. You get what I mean? I was working with these, clients, things that's happened to me. So it was different. You know what I mean? And I still feel the same way for the people now as I did then. But if you could hear some of the stuff, and it wouldn't be nothing that's brand new, or I'm trying to come out with something to blow somebody's mind and all of that, or we're the only ones that ever experienced that. It's not that kind of a thing. It's just that you can see other people that's hurting and dealing with it too. She says, "What is it? I'm trying to come out with something to blow somebody's mind and all of that." Oh, oh, I didn't see that one right there, Patty, y'all. I don't know if y'all I put that actual channel on pause, but man, if you know what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna try to have a family member. Oh gosh, I hope y'all don't turn on me. No, I know y'all know better than that. But I'm gonna try to get one of my family members, to put one of my videos, one of my videos that I did back then on Rruk so y'all can hear how I got down. Y'all gonna be like, oh my, oh, especially y'all Christians. Y'all gonna be blown away. But it's true. It was me. It was what I was doing for business. And I felt like I could put it in the category of, how you can have an actor and they may not be, the role that they play as an actor is not who they are in their actual real life. That's how I looked at it. But I felt like there wasn't enough, like God wanted me to go further. So I shut it down. This is- Oh no, she don't have anything to do with this, honey. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. He was just saying he wanted to holler at her. He thought that's who I was talking about, Patty. But she don't have nothing to do with that. It was just a friend of mine that stopped in. She's not anything to do with any of the stuff that I'm talking about. She's just one of my YouTube sisters that just has a channel, just like everybody does. But the Pacific stuff that I'm talking about, like getting deep down into the root of stuff, that was my actual when I had a channel. Because I don't consider Ruka Ball a channel. But when I had an actual channel, that's how I used to roll with it. Deep. And I have her posted up there as a pinned comment, Patty. And I don't want to mislead you guys about her channel because she doesn't do this over there. She just is one of my wonderful sisters that has a beautiful channel though. And I was just mentioning her because what I do, and I don't know if you guys notice it or not, but a lot of times she says, I have to head out. Have a blessed day too, Rev. Thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate it. Take care. Keep continuing to strive. You are totally awesome. We're gonna get like these other YouTubers out here that be finding a meeting spot, a meet and greet. You don't have to be a big channel or nothing like that to do it either, you know. But yeah, that's just one of my YouTube sisters there. She's not into none of this stuff that I'm talking about, not like this to this extent. And when I was talking, the channel I was talking about is an actual channel that I had, Patty, that I put on pause. And I'm sorry, I just seen your comment here. Oh, I had to step away for a minute. But yeah, I think I'm gonna have to get ready to crack it. I think people are ready for me to turn up over here. Sorry, I just gotta do it. Okay. What you doing over there? Look what I found. I forgot I had. Yeah. Girl, how many days ago was that? Huh? Man, never. Got you up. How many days ago? Look what I found. I forgot now. Remembering. How many days ago was that? So what I wanted to say is a lot of times you guys that when I set up the lives, I usually say at the top, hello, have a good day, or Merry Christmas, Happy Valentine's. But what I do too is I always, well, not always, but several times I have posted certain people channels to support them and for you to go check out. And a lot of times when I put people channels up, they didn't come to the live that day, so they don't even know that I was backing them up. So I try to do, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go over to my subscribers list and start each day pick a channel, but I don't do lives every day, so I'm trying to figure out the right way to do it to support all you beautiful people. And see, Rev thought I was saying that this friend channel is doing what I'm doing, but it's not. She doesn't. I was talking about myself, and he keeps asking me about that other channel, but right now that channel is on lockdown because I stopped it. It was an actual channel and decided to come over and do Rruk as a hangout spot. And I put that on pause so I don't use that no more, even though it's mine and I can pick it back up at any time. That's what he was asking me about. So, but far as the person that he asked me about, it don't have nothing to do with her. I don't want to send the wrong vibe to her that she thinking, have people thinking that her channel is about, yeah, you know what I'm saying. And I don't want to have nobody going thinking that her channel is about essay and mental health and all that kind of stuff, because that's not what her channel is about. He misunderstood. But she is one of my awesome YouTube sisters out here, but she don't do this. I mean, she'll talk about stuff, generally like we all do. But what I'm saying that I was doing, I lay into it. And like when I was doing the reviews, it was real truth stuff. Like I would talk about the famous people, these reality TV shows, president, but I would be cursing bad. You get what I'm saying? I'm talking about F and bleep bleep and beep beep for real. and they loved it. I'm not bragging about that. I'm just saying people like that. So like I said, when I put that channel on pause, I had a lot of people, and only like 3,000 came with me over the Rruk because I was gonna start back doing the reviews, but I want to do them with a better language. And when I started doing, I did a few test runs. Nobody wanted it. They wanted the cursing and stuff. And I want to reach a different crowd. You know what I mean? And do a little bit better. But I know that I've been working on trying to figure out, will it be okay for me to do things a certain way business wise? You know what I mean? That won't affect my relationship with God, if that makes sense. Well, 'cause one of my family members said that don't do it. But like I said, I know a lot, and I'm not saying I'm an actress or actor or I'm trying to become big time. But what I'm saying is, a lot of professional people do that, and they're not nothing like the character that they play. You know what I mean? So I'm trying to figure this out as I go along. But I want to get back into the heat of things too, Patty, because I'm going to tell you, girl, that when I used to do those conversations, it was going good, but I chilled it out because I got a lot of horrible people that started coming in and causing problems. And I knew those conversations, what was drawing those folks in. So I decided to stop doing it because I know, and like you said, you remember, and I didn't want to attract those people back. And you remember the live was flowing a lot better than this. Not saying that I wanted to be better because I like what I got now. I'm just saying, it was going off, it was going pretty fast. And now it has slowed down, some years now because of the content that I'm having, even right now on Rook of All, because I had to let a lot of these people bug off, if you know what I mean. Too much, too much, too much. People starting trouble and trying to get some shade going. That wrench mess. I had a lot of problems with people saying that you took their wrench, you blocked them, and I don't have to handle myself that way because I'm not afraid of nobody or to keep it real because you can tell somebody something that they don't want to hear nicely. You know what I mean? And deal with it like that. You don't have to go, into people getting angry. So, but I had a lot of mess going on because Rook was off the chain probably 6 months back. It was going really at a pretty rapid pace. I got all the videos, so I know, you know what I mean. I ain't got to sit up here and be lying about nothing because I have the videos and the lives that you can see everybody. And Pat, you've been there a lot through all of those. I didn't know Rev at some point back then, but it's the truth. And I think I'm gonna turn Rook up a little bit more than what I got now. At some point back then, you know, it's the truth. Yeah, I had to. I had to, Patty. Because it was attracting the wrong kind of people, and they were making it something that it wasn't. And that happened with me with Rook of All, if you remember back. But also, it ended up happening with when I had the actual channel too. So I had to switch that out. Then I tried to come over here and chill and just be at Rook and don't call it a channel, just a hangout spot. And it started happening again, you know. So I decided that I was gonna keep it calm, but I got so many people reaching out to me, wanting me to bring the content, that kind of content back here. And they may not reach out, publicly like this, while we're in the live, but they do hit me up on the gram or something. You know what I'm saying? and they want me to start back doing it. So I'm gonna start to tip in a little bit of stuff. Because I tried it a couple, maybe a couple of months back here, when our man that run the country was getting sick and people got upset me talking about it. What's up, the cable company? And the thing is, the old president, I wasn't saying anything negative about him. I was speaking the truth about I was worried about him and what he's going through seems to be familiar because I've had family members that were suffering from the same thing. I didn't say anything bad about him. I appreciate him. I respect him. But I had some people coming in live that was misunderstanding what I was saying or wasn't listening properly and they were crying, putting up crying emojis and kind of getting mad at me. And they didn't even, what they were saying, that's not even what I said. You know what I mean? And I told them, once you pause for a moment, rewind the video back and listen to what I said because you're coming at me like I'm saying something negative about the old president when in fact I was voicing my concerns because I grew up, I promise you, one of the first people in my family that was experiencing what I seen our old president go through. It was very sad and hard for us as a whole family. So I wasn't saying anything negative, but they misunderstood, and they had some folks that was putting up crying emojis and arguing the wrong way because that's not what was going on. So then I stopped trying to have any conversations like that. But I realized that when you go to somebody's channel, hangout spot, whatever they want to call it, if you don't like what they're saying today, you can come back another day because everybody ain't gonna like you. Everybody ain't gonna like what you're doing, and then sometimes some people, it's not that they don't like you or what you're doing. They're just at a sensitive time in their life and they can't hear it. You know what I mean? Like if you're talking about death, somebody might have recently had somebody that passed away, and by you talking about death, they're stressed out right now and they don't want to be in that kind of conversation. You know what I mean? Or they just don't like the content at all, and that's okay too. You know, we just have to get it. Get it how we live. And sometimes people don't understand that that's not what's going on here. You know what I mean? You really, really have to pay attention to what you're disagreeing on because it don't have to be that serious. You know what I mean? Like if you go, and I'm not telling nobody what to do. I'm just saying how I rock with it. If I go to somebody's live, right, and they got something going on that I'm not interested in, I am not going to start an argument with them or get nasty with them. I'll just leave off and come back another time. If not, it don't have to be blown all out like that. You know what I mean? You just, chill back and enjoy your life. Because sometimes it's not about the controversy or the drama or getting into it with anybody. It's not, it's not what you're interested in. There is a lot of channels that people have came and told me that they joined me and I went over. I'm not, I went over and didn't, I wasn't comfortable with their content, you know. So I let them know nicely and privately that I don't support this kind of stuff, so I won't be able to support your channel. So I understand if you don't want to come back over to my hangout spot because I'm not comfortable with that. You know what I mean? And it's mostly stuff that's wrong and against the law that makes me not, participate in somebody's channel. But I understand recovery and redemption as well too. So it's a two-edged sword. But the majority of channels that I've had that, I didn't participate with was some very bad things that they were doing. And I wasn't judging them, but I couldn't rock with it. That's all. No big deal. It's not a deal breaker. It's not gonna make or break anybody. Stay in your lane and put the car on cruise control and chill. That's all that was. But there is a lot of channels out here that are doing a lot of things, you know, that I'm just not with. And it don't mean that they're necessarily doing something wrong. It's just not for me, and that's okay too. There's a lot of people that got channels that do stuff that I don't even understand, but because they're doing something that's cool and they support me, I rock back with them too. It's a long journey there, you know what I mean? So we just gotta try our best if we don't want to be judged, not to judge anybody, but stay in your lane though. You back out over there? Wow. But yeah, plain and simple. I don't know if anybody's still here, so I guess I'll put the music back on because I don't want to be, I don't mind, but I'll be talking and ain't nobody here. So I'll save it when somebody pops back by and keep going. Thank you guys so much for being here. Like I said, I'm here to talk, but if you guys are busy, I'll check back in when somebody's typing in so I can keep chatting along, okay? And thank you guys. Much love to everybody and their families. Hey, Patty, I am so sorry. I thought you was gone, so I decided to put the music on because I didn't want to be sitting here talking to myself. I'm sorry. I thought you were gone. 'Cause I didn't want to be sitting here talking to myself. Sorry, I thought you were gone. Thought you were gone. Oh, so what you doing, Patty? How was your Valentine's Day? What you doing, Patty? How was your Valentine's Day? I'm so glad you guys can hear me because I've been having so many mic problems. Let me see what's going on here. Okay. All right. Is she still there, Patty? What's up, Lee Music? How you doing? Thank you for coming. Okay. There we go. Patty, are you still here? Okay, let's see. Are you still here, Patty? Thank you for coming, Lee Music. Have an awesome new week. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you all. I always appreciate it. Oh, she said I'm here. Yeah, so what you got going on for this new week, Miss Patty? I know one of my friends, she said today where they live at in Canada is Family Day, I think she said. And then a lot of people they said it's President Days other places. Oh, I'm looking to see who that was that left that comment. Sugar. Let me see. Trying to see what she said. Um, let's see. Yeah, thank you. It's a holiday and it's Family Day. Yep, they're celebrating Family Days, and then some parts. In the United States, people are celebrating. I think it's President's Day. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if anybody does anything big for for the President's Day, but I guess everybody got different little holidays and stuff. Because I know I spoke with one of my YouTube sisters, and they don't, celebrate Valentine's Day. To them, it's just a regular day. So, I always watch out for stuff like that because sometimes, you be saying it to people like, if you say to somebody, God bless you, well, I don't believe, so you got to watch who you say what to. But I've learned that a lot of stuff that I don't participate in is just like a general cliche. So when somebody says stuff to me, I just, okay, thank you, because it don't have to be negative. Schools are closed. Yeah, a lot of people saying that it's President's Day, Patty. It is what it is. Different holidays and people, just like I'm trying to think of who it is that they celebrate. I think in Canada, yeah, their Thanksgiving is a different day than it is in the United States, you know? Let me get this drink. Celebrate. I think in Canada, yeah, their Thanksgiving is a different day than it is in the United States. Okay, okay, okay. Let me get this right. Oops, I forgot to put this in there. Okay, let me keep that out because I want to do some talk about a little bit of God. Let's see. Let's get this up. Trying to have some kind of good conversation here with just me and you, Patty, and whoever might be in the bushes. Trying to keep a good little bit of something going. What's up, Sister Joji? How are you? Thank you for stopping in. Happy New Week. I hope you're doing well, girlfriend. What up? What up? You rock. You already know you rock more. How you doing? Joji. What's up? I don't hear from Scott no more. How is he doing? I hope you are doing well. I hope he is doing well, living his best life. I thank you for being here, love. You're always appreciated. You know I got your back over here, my sister. You are something else, honey. You are multifaceted, girl. And I have been enjoying you, and I thank you so much for your love and support. And I will always be rocking with you as well, too. I've been so lucky to meet a lot of you wonderful people, and with the grace of God, it's been more good, loving people than negative. Because you can't get the good without the bad. But when you out here like on these YouTube streets trying to do some real business or connections, you got to watch how you roll out here because folks get stuff messed up. So when you meet good people, appreciate it. And I appreciate you guys. I really do. And when I come on here and be saying I appreciate you guys, I'm not saying this like some kind of fake rehearsed speech. It's really coming from the heart and how I feel for real, for real. Because anytime you got folks that's coming to spend time with you, you got to consider yourself as blessed. You know what I mean? Because it's a nice gesture and it's nice that folks feel that they care enough to come see you. So I thank you dearly for that. And I hope that anything I say hits you the right way. And I appreciate you coming because we all know that everything you've been through, good or bad, is not wasted for none of us. And I think that sometimes people don't realize, like, when a lot of things bad happen to us, there's something that you learn from that as well, too. And it could be something positive coming from a negative situation. He says, I went to win some. Oh, yes, that's my home girl. Yes, Patty, that's one of my good folks. We're not in all of this fake stuff, you know what I mean? She's really we don't play these games like this. Is she from the island? That's my sister there. She live in America now, but she's from the island. So that's one of the good ones. Those are the solid people that I have instead of a lot of this misunderstood stuff, and I don't mean to disrespect anybody, but out here, even in your personal life in these YouTube streets, you're gonna run across a lot of people that it's plastic. You know what I'm saying? No shade. But you already know, and we just got through saying about how Rruk of all was off the chain before and how it slowed down now, and that's because it was the wrong people coming through. So I like it better this way than a whole bunch of fake. You know what I mean? Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that, Patty. I really do. And she's a good she's a good woman too. You know what I mean? She's a good woman. It's just that when I was speaking earlier about a channel, Rev thought that, and I know you already know this, but I'm just reiterating in case somebody else didn't hear. Rev thought I was talking about her, but I was, about all of the type of content, but I was talking about me when I had my actual channel, you know, a while back that I put on pause. But that's one of my girls there. And what I'm going to do too is I'm letting her name rock for a minute. And then I'm going to change it to somebody else because I don't do lives every day like I used to. But I might start back because I love hanging with you guys. Mm, man, great people from that. Oh yeah, that's my bloodline too, Patty. And no disrespect, but like I said, I'm from a mixed race, so you already know. Say me, I have to go to the yard style, man. You already know. Say how me rock. That's my bloodline. There, so me big up. It's just that people don't recognize it the same way because of how I speak. You understand? But see, what people don't realize, and I said this before, is that when you come from a mixed race, and if you're not raised, just say for instance, you can take a baby right now. I'll just say a baby from any race, whatever race they come from. Just say that you just took a child from America, right? And they're young, and you put them over in Jamaica. They're going to start speaking the same way and have the same accent. You know what I mean? But if you come from mixed race, just say like with me, I got like five or six, and I don't mean because I think all of us in the world are mixed with something. But what I'm saying is when you have the authentic, when you're authentic in it. Like for instance, just say if you have American mother and a Jamaican father, but you really mainly live in America, but you visit the island, you're more Americanized, so you don't have that accent. I fall into categories like that. You understand what I mean? Pues yo hablo español también too. So I could have been all the way living in Puerto Rico. And this is not saying, oh, my uncle married some woman, now we're Asian or we're Puerto Rican. No, not that. I'm talking about the bloodline. Your people that the seed was planted with is where I'm from. And like I said, we all mixed it with some of everything. Yes, I am mixed race. So she said. Visit Jamaica a few years ago and love. Yes, there and you know it is amazing there, and just like everywhere else in the world, you already know how it go. There's some parts that you know is you know stuff going on. You know what I'm saying? But it is absolutely. I promise you, it's a different. Even with me, from I just give you an example. When I started, you know, way back when I was young, like because you know, if you're in the States, like just say if I'm in America, if I have to go to school in America, that's like the whole year. I can only visit in the summertime. And when I go for the whole summer and come back in America, my body change up. The food is in America make my stomach sick because a lot of times, but the same thing too is with family in Georgia. You understand what I'm saying? You go to Georgia for the summer and then you come back to the what they call America, United States. Then the stomach is different because you eating food that's not as purified as what it was on the island or homegrown. You understand? You know, opposed to a lot of processed things. You know, just like in Jamaica, a lot of folks go to the market. You know, in Georgia, a lot of family will travel to go into town to go to the market, but they buy select things, and the most time they grow fresh stuff. But in America, there's more processed. You understand what I mean? In certain areas, and I'm not down in no country, no city, no island. I'm just saying in general because a lot of people don't understand that whenever you come from a mixed race and you try to squeeze all of it in, it gets to be kind of hard. You know what I mean? And as a kid, I thought that I was picked on, and I was embarrassed because I didn't understand because they call us like a rainbow family or the mix max family because of we had to live each lifestyle. It's just like if you got some family that say they're Jehovah Witness and your family you were raised more around Pentecostal. When you go around the Jehovah Witness, they got certain beliefs and stuff when you attend the church with them than the Pentecostal. And the same thing with the Baptist and whatever denomination. And that's hard to keep up with because like, with father was a pure vegetarian, them him not eat nothing, any meat. If anything he eat would be fish. Never touch the pork, none of them things. But I do have Jamaican family that eat the pork. You get where I'm coming from? But him, he was a pure vegetarian, and then like I said, when you mix in two and three different races and you have to live it, you didn't just say, oh, I only know how to cook Spanish food. No, I had to do it authentically. Spanish food, Jamaican, American, soul food, collard green. I had to do it authentically. But when I was coming up, I was embarrassed because people picked on us and made fun of us. But as I grew, I realized that I was blessed. You know what I mean? And see, when you don't know, you don't know. Sometimes you can't see the sun because of the trees. You get what I'm saying? And with that being said, I have, been in different lifestyles and different challenges, and especially if you have family that's from mixed background, but they teach different types of living. You get where I'm coming from? So with mine, a lot of the family, what one didn't know, they taught the other, and vice versa. Like if you are American woman and you get with a man from Puerto Rico, he show you how to authentically cook Puerto Rican food, and the woman from America shows the Puerto Rican man how to authentically cook American food. You know what I'm saying? And it wasn't no thing like, oh, well, I know how to make an authentic lasagna for Italians and just know how to make just that. No, any food that I eat, you have to know how to cook it. Any food there, you have to cook up. So that's how it raised up. But unfortunately, when I was coming up in my life, a lot of family more so wanted you to embody the American style because they didn't want you to be discriminated against because they'd seen how racist things were in certain places. If that makes sense, you get where I'm coming from. Because a lot of times, like I say, for instance, like some of the Spanish family, they raised a lot of their kids in America because they felt that they had a better life and they didn't want to teach them any Spanish because they didn't want them to be treated differently. When in fact, you could teach both language and have a double-edged sword. You know what I'm saying? And I've been, fortunate enough to, to ride on three or four sides of mixed race and be able to be authentic in each and every one of them and blend right in. Can speak Spanish, very well. Patois very well. Pig Latin very well. English very well because you didn't have a choice. And what I had too is a lot of discrimination inside of this said family because they, if you go to, just say if you go to your Spanish family, they will get upset with you if you're doing things American style, but they know that you're a child and you can't pick what you learn and what you're taught. And at the time that I was coming up, and even some today, you are, you get more by being in America that's different from a lot of countries that don't have much. You know what I mean? I know right now there's so many people that are still in my family and other people's families that are trying to immigrate to America because they have better opportunities than they do back home, And it's true. And that's why we got more rooted to be in America and I could speak, you understand, the way I do, authentically. You get what I'm saying? Because it's a big deal. You get where I'm coming from. It is a big deal to be able to have a better life. And that's what it's all about. A lot of people don't want to leave their home, their island where they come from, but they're searching for better. You get what I mean? And I'm not saying that where we come from, these different places, that they're not good, but it's just something different about being, you know where I'm going with this. Even with some American family, they wanted to change up their life and they came from down south, whether it be Georgia, Alabama, wherever, to come up in the state for a better opportunity, better medical. You understand what I mean? Different opportunities, different lifestyle, which nothing's wrong with it. But man, when you want to kick back and you go back home wherever you're, like your home, it's nothing like it, even if it's less. Less is more in so many cases. Like I said, if I show some of my trips when I visit, whether it be down south, somewhere Puerto Rico, somewhere in Jamaica, and they see how I'm living on that vacation, they think that you lost your mind. If you go back to America, you got a washer and dryer, and you got this and you got that. Now you over there, there's no bathroom in the house. You're washing clothes by hand. You don't have a TV there. They think that that's bad, but it's not. It's not. You get it how you live. And to be honest with you, we as a family, when we're in the States, we go off the grid because we need to detox from so much toxicity in the states that we deal with. That sometimes you want to go bland. You know what I mean? So what we do when we're in the States, we go off the grid. Off the grid for us is to live the same way you did without as many things. Less is more. You know what I mean? Less is more. And what do I mean? I think it'd be better to read a book sometime than to watch all this foolishness on TV. I think it'd be better sometimes to wash a few clothes out if you can by hand instead of running to have everything done so easy for you because I feel like you got to crawl before you walk. And that's nothing bad having a washing machine and upgrading and coming up because I'm going to tell you, one of my grandmothers, I remember back, honestly, and I'm being real, I'm not playing no games here. I remember one grandmother, when we used to go and visit, didn't even have that she washed, and this is down south in Jamaica, Puerto Rico, different spots. And I ain't gonna say one grandmother because, honey, it's more than one grandmother. You know what I mean? But I'll share the one side. Well, no, because they're similar. I'll just say the American family down south. The grandmother, I remember she didn't even have anything to wash with. She used to wash clothes by the river. You understand? And in Jamaica, the same thing by the river. And then the American grandmother, each time we go, she got a washboard. You see? She got a washboard, and that helped. We used to hang the clothes on the line. In Jamaica, you hang the clothes on the line. And at some point, the American grandmother, we went down there and she finally got a washing machine, but it was a different type of washing machine. It's like they used the hose because there was a time they didn't have no electricity in the house at all. You understand where I'm coming from? We're going up, we're going up. You know what I'm trying to tell you. And when they finally got electricity, because they had a wood burning stove as well, she finally got electricity and she got the first washing machine. But it was one of them washing machines that you have to hook it up. You know what I mean? and at some point there was no plumbing in the house. I'm going deep, y'all, real talk. This is family from way back, folks that if they were still here, they'd be, you know, 200 and 300 years old. You get what I'm saying? Way older people, how the house was left to the next family. Anyway, they were in the situation where you had to when they finally got the washing machine, you would have to get the clothes, and the thing that you wring the clothes out with looked like two what you call it, two of the the wheels that you use to flatten out dough, two pinwheels to squeeze and get the clothes as dry as possible. Then you put them on the line. Now remember, this was a house that didn't have no electricity. They used to use candles and lanterns, you know, and we used to get the news when they finally, like I said, when they finally got things going, it started off getting the news by a little small radio that picked up the signal. There was no batteries and none of that, or no electricity. It picked up the signals to be able to get the news and find out what's going on. They like had the only house like on the street for miles down the road. Before you seen another house, they used to have to go in town for meal. They grew all their own stuff. And like even in Jamaica, when you buy a house, you don't pay taxes to no government. You own the whole of the house. Different experiences. I don't know if you're still here, Patty, so I'm gonna stop for a minute just to make sure I ain't over talking. Mhm. Hey, 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 I am sorry for those that I've missed. You guys know that you guys are all my amazing friends, and I appreciate all of you. And I'd like to thank Angela Critters for coming, and Winsome H for coming, Lottie Mai, who I call my sugar, for coming. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it. What's up, Lucy? Thank you for stopping in. Thank you, Miss Patty, for coming in. Who else we got here? My wonderful people. How y'all doing? What's up, Spirit in the Sky? Lovely lady. Thank you for coming. Haley Music. What's up? How you doing? I appreciate it. What is happening, my cable guy? I gotta say this again, Mr. Cable Man. You know that I got, oh boy, this is so much fun. There's another channel called the Bud Files, and between you and the Bud Files, I have learned some stuff that I never even knew. And I'd like to thank you guys so much for educating me and spending time. And I know, Cable Guy, and even with the Bud Files, when I come to your channel, I don't really participate in the games and stuff, but I promise you, I am there for the support, and I enjoy watching you guys have a good time. So just know that I am there. I just, I don't do too much of nothing. I just like to pop in and hang and stuff and support, but I really, really got y'all backs. And thank you so much for the free education, because a lot of stuff that you guys are teaching, y'all need to be professors, instructors, because you guys definitely got the skills, and y'all dropping some gems. Thank you guys so much for your support. And I forgot my guy, food, my food guy, Pong. Thank you, man. Brother, listen, between you and Deej, y'all cook good food, and y'all food is beautiful the way you guys present it. And I'd like to thank you so much for your long time support. We all been riding for a while. I remember when you were trying to get your channel popping. I was there, and I'm still here for you now. And I thank you so much for being a part of hanging out with me as well. You are awesome. All of you guys are awesome, and thank you. And Falcon Way too, thank you so much too for coming in. I just met you a couple of weeks ago. You popped by, and I appreciate it. I got your back. And everybody here, just about everybody here, I got to hit Pong up again, but just about everybody here, I've recently been to your channel within a couple of days ago, or I've been there today. And how I keep track of my amazing people the best that I can, because this ain't nothing but a hangout spot, Rruk of all. But I go over to my supporter column and just be hitting people up, and I'm going to keep on trying to make sure that I put somebody's name up at the top for you guys to go check them out. I don't want nobody to feel that I'm favoring one person over the other, because a lot of you lovely people, y'all have, I've had you up there as a pinned comment for somebody, for some of the people to come and support you, but you may have not even came to the live that day and don't even know I hollered you out. I shouted you out. But anyway, I got all y'all backs, and I got my wonderful winsome sister in right now. She is a full-blooded Jamaican woman with an awesome channel, very inspirational, positive, living a decent life, soon to be a grandma. And she's a good person. I want you guys to go over and check her out. I appreciate that. And thank you guys so much for riding with me, hanging out. And I promise you, this is not a rehearsed speech. I feel exactly the way I'm speaking about it. Thank you, and God bless everyone.